Hello, I have returned, and so I have Planet Zoo loaded up and ready to go and all good. And I do think that I will be spending tonight doing some decorating and thinking about how or what I'm going to build next. But it's mostly how. I know what I'm going to build next, I just don't know what I want to build. But what we have here is my glorious train station, of which I am very proud that I finished last time I streamed Planet Zoo. It's beautiful, it's gorgeous, it's lovely. It does not have any decoration around it at all, and will not for some time, because things are not set in stone around here, so I'm gonna have to wait a bit for that. But what I was thinking was that I would come over here to the lovely snake garden, the very popular lovely snake garden, and put in some mushrooms. Hopefully I have enough garbage cans around here. That's the smoking cauldrons. I do need to put some sort of light in my underpasses for the railway here. I have not decided exactly what light to do, but handily enough, I do believe the mushrooms are in the lighting section as well, so I think I want something fairly basic. Perhaps a floor light? Hmm. I would prefer to put it in the ceiling than in the floor, but that's gonna take some... But yeah, I want something that's fairly... Well, this isn't actually all that much light, so I don't think this is actually going to do. What about these? This is quite bright when it's looking right at you. I could put a couple of these in. It feels like they're upside down, though. It does feel like the light should be... Okay, I'm gonna put one here. Whoop, and one here. And we're just gonna look at, whoop, not like that. Now, without my cursor light on, it's a little dim down here, but I think that's all right. Yeah, I think these ones are gonna be the right ones. It is a pity that they're not Flexicolor, but at least they're the same sort of shade as the edge that the game insisted upon putting on these paths. What the? Where am I? Why is the roof so low here? Hold on. What did I do? This is all wrong, and I don't know how I did that. Let's... Why is that like that? Oh, I see, I see. Well, that certainly cannot continue to exist that way. I'm just going to take those out entirely. I'll take this. We'll duplicate with the angle snap. I wonder how I managed to do that without noticing. Okay, we will line that up there. Bring it over here. Despair mildly. Why are you like this? I think, whoop. That is not what I meant to do at all. Maybe if I use this one. Like that. Bring it up. And then like that. And like this? Question mark? How far down does that stick? Not at all. Okay, perfect. Okay, stop editing that group. Back to lighting. I wish that the educators would stop giving talks on the stairs. It's very unsafe. Okay, rotate. Rotate. This one's not quite in the right place. Just bring it out just far enough that the light isn't covered. There we go. And then try and haul ourselves out of the path. Okay. I can't use the mushrooms in the passageways, simply because they're too big. So... Now, if I just... Yeah, there we go, mushrooms. I could have used the spooky decals, but that's... It feels a little weird to do it that way, to be honest. And also, it looks like they're not going to cooperate very well. So, forget them. I also choose to use the default color mushrooms because I don't feel like changing the colors. So, like I put in this mushroom over here. We're actually going to turn on random rotation for the mushrooms. I'll put this one here. And I feel like there should be another one. Like, these little low ones don't actually work over here very well. How about some of these? Here. And here. Here. And there. And let's put down some of the other one. We'll put one here. And here. 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 How tall is this one? Oh, that's a mid-size one. Alright, that works well. Put that there. And here. And there. And there. You know what, we'll put one here. And there. Or I'm just putting the mushrooms down on vibes. They're the primary lighting around here, so... that's just the cap. I'm not sure what to do with the itty bitty one. It doesn't, it's not looking half bad, really. Yeah, I'm feeling good about that. The other decor around here, it becomes more of a problem, though. Now, one thing that I do have, though, There's a whole bunch of blueprints that I've downloaded that either came with the game or that I've gotten from the workshop. And I think I have a cute little well in here somewhere. I think. I should maybe just search for well. Oh, no, that is that definitely does not help. Okay. Let's see here. I don't think the witch is going to be going in for giant fountains or anything like that, so we'll be skipping the water features. As we do have this like pre-built bear cave. I don't love the plants that are involved with it though. So let's see here. Also, there's not really a good place for a cave in this not yet a garden. Oh, a nice little classic nature scene, but that's something else again. So many blueprints. I mean, I'm happy to have so many blueprints. This is all sorts of stuff that I don't have to make myself. But when I have something in mind, trying to find it is something else. Wait, there it is. See, it wasn't even labeled as a well. Even though it is a well, it wasn't labeled as one. But yeah, if I take this and I just sort of pop that down here and give the grass a little trim so that it's not sticking through weirdly. It's a start. Actually, I did have a whole bunch of things that were labeled as Halloween decor. Forget the lampposts though, I'm not doing anything with them. We have this. What is this thing? Oh, it's like sort of a flat display. I don't really have any place where this fits in here. Too bad. We have Halloween and autumn decoration pieces, which might increase the spooky factor of this garden a little more than I was intending, but man, they're nice. Let's just take these and pop them down over here, and I will deal with that in a bit. We also have some scarecrows. I don't know what to do. I don't know what to do with those now. This was all downloaded back when I thought that this was going to be a Halloween zoo and only a Halloween zoo. We have a bunch more Halloween stuff that I am not going to be able to make any use of here. I think I may be able to use these. I'm not sure if I can actually do the whole garden in that style though. It's very far away from my style. I think there was also a pumpkin patch in here somewhere. Well, there's an arrangement of gourds, a spooky pumpkin patch, which is bigger than I remember it being. it has a shop in it. Interesting. And we have a pumpkin cart. Which I'm not sure what to do with. But yeah, perhaps we can take some of these and make use of them. This. Main problem is these are designed to be on flat surfaces, which I do not possess in my snake garden, so I may not actually be able to use these because they're floating a little weirdly here. Flat stuff is hard to find, but I did flatten things like around where the train tracks were going, so maybe I can get this to work in here? No, I cannot. Although I can tuck it in here. As I think I'm going to skip the pumpkin ones. I don't think that they're going to work very well for what I'm doing here. But you know, I wonder if I could make this work for that spot over by the Wolverines. I'm not sure about using the dead tree. Oh no, it's too big. Oh, it's definitely too big. Oh yeah, that's entirely too big. Let's see. Where does this one want the ground to be? I think it wants it here. And this is a very little one. Maybe I can pop it in here without too much awfulness happening. But then it ends up being really close to the mushroom lights. And I don't really want to go in and remove its light. I don't know about using these. As the main problem here is that this is a very dead autumnal aesthetic, and I don't want to change the ground all to dirt. So actually let's... I like the well. The well is good. I'm gonna keep the well, but these things, they're not for what I'm doing here. Maybe for another area that I'm working on. What else do I have in the whole plants containing thing? Let's see. Water pipes, bamboo fences, habitat-friendly flora formations from various biomes. Once again, these are very meant for a flat surface. But you know, I might be able to use one of these for the wolverines. Let me just... Sure, North America taiga. Why not? Is there anything here that's really like long and narrow? This might do. Yeah, let's try this one. Let's disable the climbing on that sucker. Oh, too far. Almost there. I'm kind of high. The slope is really... The slope is really doing bad things to it. Also, I'm not sure that this is really quite the right look. We've already got so many trees going on here. I'm honestly not sure what to do with this sliver. Still, it isn't getting me any closer to this this garden looking more garden-like. Maybe I should be looking... Let's look in nature instead. Rock caves, water pipes, donation bin covers, flora formations that we were just looking at. Let's see what else we got here. Animal information stands. The aquatic rocks already pre-colored, very handy. Not what I'm looking for right now though. I don't doubt that I'm going to put rocks in this garden, but I would like to... beehives and a bee garden. Fence pack, fence pack. Oh, ATM covers. Canadian plant life pack. Not really what I'm looking for here, although once again, maybe it would work for the wolverines. These are all very big. Much bigger than the wolverines. dun, 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 dun. More cave, more ATM covers. A conservation allotment path archway. Cute, but definitely not what I'm looking for. Decorative lily pad. What do we have here? Conservation planting pack. Oh, these are like gardens. Once again, we run into the problem here of the fact that these are meant for flat. And also, this isn't quite the vibe that I'm going for this. The problem here is that, like, I know I want garden. What garden do I want? Do I have to make it? Flower pagoda, monkey rocks, nature scene. There's the well and some pumpkins and a faux rock collection with some trees on it. That's actually quite pretty, but I don't know where I'd use it. More fences. I have a lot of fence packs because I actually hate building my own fences. Oh, let's see here. Black widow spider with red glowing eyes. I don't have a space big enough for it. Which is probably just as well because this is the snake garden. There's the scarecrows again, the spooky trees that I ended up not using because they just didn't quite work for me. Not sure what that's doing in there. Keeper hut, more staff buildings, more buildings, plant walls, modern benches, more plant walls. We have this really cute natural shelf planter that I really liked and have not been able to find the right zoo to put in. I can't tell when my cursor light is on or off at this point. But yeah, I really like that, just haven't found the right place to put it. New World nature scene? Oh, that's very cute. Not what I need here, but very cute. Oh yeah, these are like space fillers. Not bad. More garden, too much garden. Nordic themed building collection. Oh yeah, we'll leave those alone. Lava rocks. Definitely not doing lava rocks in here. Climbing trees, recolorable block walls. Not sure what that fox statue is doing with the plants. I do love this statue though, by the way. This is a really good statue. But rhino statue, yet another cave, more rocks, mud pit, more walls. Spooky pumpkin patch. Oh right, that's the one that I looked at before. Spooky lantern trees. That's pretty awesome. Definitely does not fit in here. Way too big. But yeah, I don't trust myself to be able to build an entire spooky garden, even with the pieces that have already been I've already provided myself. I do really like this lantern tree, but it's also huge. Taiga scenes. Yeah, I'm pretty sure I used one of these for the bears. Yeah, I guess I am gonna have to do my own garden from scratch. That makes me very sad. I'm not terribly good at such things. Especially not with such large areas. Oh well. I was hoping to like have gotten myself something that I could build around. Should have put these by the red panda. Still could, actually. I do believe, like... Yeah, there would be space. Ish. But... Well, I guess the only thing to do is just, like, instead of doing the entire garden in one go, just working on a space at a time. And the question is, what space to start with? Possibly this one? It's one of the biggest spaces, but I already put something in it. Actually, now that I look at it, I think I do want to... Like that, yeah. But yeah, if I like do a bit of planting around the house. I need some bushes is what I need. We're going to use actual bushes and not trees repurposed as bushes. Bramble... I don't think arrowroot is going to be quite right. The bearberry is definitely not tall enough. I want something tall enough to disguise what is going on with the path here. So I want something at least as tall as this part. And I don't think that, like, yeah, the bearberry is not quite tall enough. Even in this form. How is this a bush? I mean, yes, I can sink it and make it be a bush, but this is a little tall. Like, basically what I'd like to do is just, like, put the plants all the way around the building, which means that they have to be as tall as the path, but they have to be lower than the windows. So, very specific. I do like the hawthorn, though. I'm just going to pop one down there so I remember it. The blackthorn... We're still a little tall. We might be able to get away with it if I sink it. Let me just put that over there. I should turn off random rotation for the moment. Bramble is a little short and really not the right shape. It's so close though. If it were just a slightly different shape, it would be perfect. Bedelia. Well, close to the right height. But, oh man, I do not want to have to do the whole thing in such a tiny plant. Saltwort, a little short. Cowberry, way too short. Although, come to think of it, like, I have a thought. I'm gonna pop that over there. Cowberry, creosote? Well, the creosotes have the advantage of being kinda pretty. And just about exactly the right height. Well, at least the number 1 is. I don't really want to block the windows with the bushes, but I do like the little flecks of yellow that the creosote has in it. Or at least some of the creosote has in it. Because once again, this is a terribly small plant to be doing the whole building in. But let's see, if I do like this, is it shoving itself into the building? No, it's not. Okay. We have a winner. I will find some way to use this. But yeah, we're going to duplicate an advanced move and turn on random rotation. And I'm gonna pop this over here. Whoop. I'm gonna try and rotate it so that it doesn't interfere with the path quite as much as it is. But yeah, I'm going to have to be careful doing this so that it does what I want, but without actually sticking into the building. So I'm gonna do this short bit. So that I can debate what kind of spacing I want to do here. Yeah, something like that. That is perfect for going up against the building. Speaking of, am I pushing myself in? I am not. Come around the corner and like shove more bushes in for gaps. I actually want to bring this along the path. Whoops. Like this. We're just disguising the weirdness that is going on with the way that the porch interacts with the path. Just to make it look a little better. I think actually I want to bring this all the way to the corner. Also does a fairly good job of disguising the dip in the ground here, so I do kind of wish that I could have used the bigger bush version of this so that I wouldn't have to put in so many, but I'm not sure how far to take the bushes on this side. I'm gonna have to choose on vibes. But yeah, with bush this fluffy, that dip in the ground disappears without having to put the grass panels on it. Which is very good because given how much light there is inside this building, even with my cursor light off, that would have been visible. It would be tempting to actually go through and just line all the paths with this stuff, but I don't know if that's actually what I want to do. So I'm gonna hold back on doing that. Let's make way for the tour. But yeah, like right here would be where you come to the well. Don't mind the lady giving the talk about the snakes behind me. She's fine. Everything's fine. As long as the bushes don't show through the wall, everything's fine. But yes, I'm being very lax about keeping track of what biomes I'm putting anywhere. With the habitats, I'm being very careful. But with decoration, I'm being much less careful. Mostly, if it looks good, I'm putting it there. I don't care what biome it is. I mean, with the porcupine building, I was careful to make the planted bed in there to be all desert plants. But that only makes sense. And even though all this staff stuff is far enough away that people don't quote-unquote perceive it, I'm still going to make it look nice. Because it would still be close enough for people over there to see over here. So why would I make it look different? Just because this path is for staff. I think I made this a little thin along here. Yeah, that feels better. Alright, is it inside? No, it's not inside. Alright, good. But yeah, the main problem with using this to line every path then becomes of what to do inside the lines. And I don't actually know the question to that. But it definitely feels right to put some bushes around this house. Is that coming inside? No, it is not. Okay, good. Like this. Double check the walls inside. Okay, we're going to ignore the fact that there's grass inside there. I'm not going to think about it. I refuse. I refuse. I think I may just fill in this little area here just all with the bushes. Partially to hide the ground and partially because, like, what else to do with this area anyway? Like if I just do like this and we come along the path here like this. And just sort of let the bushes grow wild-ish along this line. I like it. It hides the thing that I'm trying to hide. And it gives off the right vibe, darn it. Alright, am I inside? Yes. Nudge that outward just a little. Now I'm not inside. I'm just gonna pack this zone with bushes too. Because if I come all the way down here with the bushes, just fill in around here. Then back to the height that this bush was. And though it was not planned, I think the color of this bush goes really well with the colors that I chose for this wall, now that I've looked at it for as long as I have. Man, I do wish I could have used a bigger bush, though. It would be so much faster if I could use a bigger bush. You know, I think I'm gonna fill in here with the bushes as well. Oh, I can tell I'm right behind the bathroom. Oh boy. It is okay if the bushes stick through the fence a little, because that's what they would actually do. We're not going to talk about how the fence is pretty darn solid or anything like that, but there's still gaps. We all know that the bushes would have shoved themselves into those gaps. Like this. Just fill us all in here. Yeah. I definitely have not laid these out evenly in any way, shape, or form. But, oh, we have a rename. I believe we have not done Stephanie Brown yet. I believe we did Cassandra, but not Stephanie. So just give me 1 sec here to just sort of thicken this line. There. I think that looks pretty nice. Okay, and off to the animals. Female bat. Let's see. Yep, there's Cassandra Kane. And so that would make this Stephanie Brown. There we go. I hope I spelled that right. I can never keep track. I can never keep track of character names when I don't have a pile of notes about everything. And I've never written fanfic for the DC universe, so I've never had to memorize how to spell any of the Bat family. Okay, let's see here. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 bats left to name. Okay, now is there... It feels like this line is thinner than all the other lines around the house. And so's this line. So let me just grab this. Let's sort of bulk these up a little. Whoop, wrong one. And yes, I do have a thing about putting hedges entirely around buildings. It's just something I like to do. I also think that maybe this should be a straighter line. So like maybe the bushes have grown around the mushroom instead of stopping at the mushroom. Like if we just sort of take this across here. Maybe like that. Now this line looks thin. Whoops. Why? There we go. We're starting to look pretty good here. Admittedly, I might have to shove a small tree or something into these like big rafts of bushes that I have. But I think we'll run out of bat family members before we run out of bats. That is entirely possible. I mean, Bruce has been very busy adopting kids, but I like this thing, but I really don't think it belongs here. So let's grab it and take it somewhere else. Actually, yeah, you know what? This is huge and fluffy. I think. Oh yeah, look at that. Oh yeah, we got a winner here. Put this along here. Does an excellent job of disguising all the fake grass that I have going on, and also these weird walls, which we're not going to talk about. I should really turn off random rotation, but I haven't. I think maybe I should push this one down. Yeah, that's much better. Walls? What walls? Exactly. And if we're gonna push that one down, then let's push this one down as well. I'm gonna turn off random rotation for just a bit here. It's doing me more harm than good. I'll just make this bit a little fluffier. Like that. And assuming I don't get things unnaturally poking through the stone walls too much. That. Whoop. So that is definitely sticking through too much. I can force my mind to glaze over just a little bit sticking out, but yeah, I do believe we have a winner here. Which means that then I just repeat the process for the other spots. I can move the garbage can. Let's try to pretend that I am not. There we go. Yeah, this is working very nicely. Although I am gonna have to adjust that. Like that. That. Yeah. Oh, I think that one might be might be poking through quite a lot, actually. Yeah, these blackthorn bushes are working a treat. They're so fluffy. Okay. Now let's get some finickiness out of the way. Put that there. Sink it just a little. Oh, I really came through the wall there, but yeah, I can make myself believe it's just the bush growing over the top. Admittedly, there's going to have to be more planting because the hole here was extremely large, but it might be a little too big for this spot, though. Oh, I might have to go find a different blackthorn bush for this. Because it basically just eats the fence here. That's a pity. Same on this side. What about over here? I think I can... Ooh. I think I can get away with it over here. Yeah, I can totally get away with it over here. But I'm gonna need a different blackthorn bush over there. And all of this lot ended up being like... out for some reason. So if I do like that, I still have to plant stuff. I very obviously still have to plant stuff. But it looks so much better. I'll just pop this over here so that it's less inside the giant bush. Okay, but over here... back to nature. Oh, blast. That's the smallest one, isn't it? Nope, wait. Ha 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 ha. Just bring this down here like this. And sort of squoosh it in here. It's not quite as thick, but it doesn't need to be. Like that. Although I do wonder why it's a little bit taller than the other one like that. Do 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 do. There. That is so much better. This needs to move though. We're gonna put it over here. And that way we can... Oh, that doesn't actually work. Hold on. We're gonna grab one of these. Bring it over here. Bring it down a little. Like that. Yeah. We look very partially planted now. But yeah, the idea is going to be to do, to work on the snake garden a little bit at a time. Try to work on zones. I don't think that lining every path with the bushes is going to work. Simply because then we have a problem of filling in between the bushes that I do not wish to deal with, because I already have enough of a problem with that over in the Central Plaza area. But we got a nice bushy hedge going on around the house, the cabin, which I should maybe put outside lights on, but eh. And we've got some bushes planted to be what's going on here. And you know what? I think what I'm gonna do is I am going to use these bushes. Whoops, not like that. I'm going to use these bushes and I'm going to fill into the fence with them here. Why do I keep doing that? But yeah, we'll just fill in this area because it's not a very big area. So filling it in with the bushes is I'm not quite sure exactly how to deal with this little diagonal bit, to be honest. Maybe like that. Like that. Because honestly, like, even though they're just bushes, they still give a decor bonus. Although you can't see it on the child here, but... This space is much bigger, so I'm not going to do the same thing here. If this is where Disneyland would move 20 feet high foliage to break up the sight lines and hide stuff to make the place look bigger. Yeah, that's part of it, but it's also like this way people walking along the path can't see the stairs. Like well, not the stairs. They can't see the hole. They can't see the hole in the ground. Like, them being able to, like, be on the path and look out over this way and see into the rest of the garden, that's fine. That's absolutely fine. But, you know, it looks better if they can't, like, look into the holes. And I do need to, like, decorate the bridges. I'm saying like a lot today. I have to decorate the bridges that go over the railway tracks on this side and on the other side, but I haven't actually decided what they should look like yet, so... But yeah, this means that the people who are using the path here aren't looking down into the underpass. And the same with, like, the people walking along this path aren't, like, looking down into the underpass. It's an aesthetics thing. And also it makes my walls look slightly less weird, which is all for the good, because dang them's weird walls. But yeah, the guests get more of a decor bonus from plants than they do from lights or buildings or whatever. So the more plants that I have these people walking through, the more decor happiness that they have, which is not a tracked stat exactly, but yeah, it's a factor. So yeah, I think that's an excellent start on the garden. I'm not sure that this is the right place for this tree now, because this is a blackthorn, isn't it? Yeah. Having the blackthorn bushes and the blackthorn tree so close together, not so good. Maybe I should move this over here, where it's nice and far away. You gotta be careful about using the same stuff really close together. Sometimes you want to do that for aesthetic purposes, and sometimes you want to be like, no, they wouldn't have planted the same thing through the entire. I want this garden to look a little more wild, so now I still have a habitat to build in this space, but the problem is I don't know what aesthetics I want to go for it. I don't know what animal I'm going to be putting in here until I've built it. And that bothers me. But yeah, the habitat, I'm going to like try to have it fill in, like it's going to be through here and then go straight back here, and it's going to be along here, and basically be a sort of a box with a little bit off the side. But I still don't know what I want it to look like. So, and I also, like, without knowing what animal to put in it, I don't know how tall to make the walls either. So it's kind of bugging me. But what I'm going to do is I'm going to put a loop off of here for people to look in, like over here with the wolverines. And I'm going to put a loop off of here for looking in from this side, so that people aren't gathering on the path right in front of the train station. My glorious, beautiful train station, my most recently finished, which also needs plants, but that's a problem for future Foxwine. Filling in this area is going to be very difficult. It's going to be a house cat. They are nocturnal. That is true. House cats are nocturnal, but unfortunately they are not available in this zoo. Also, this space is a little big for a house cat, I think. Like, maybe if I divided it into 2 pens, but then what would I put in the other pen? But yeah, I have to build it, and then I have to figure out what nocturnal animal I have access to will fit in there. I also have to figure out what I'm doing with this space right here. Dogs? Yeah, there are African wild dogs. They do need a lot of space, though. Let's see here. African wild dogs, which I do have on my list. Let's see, 2 to 27. Oh, that's so this would be the absolute minimum, would be 1,254 meters squared. Cats on one side, dogs on the other. Yeah, the thing is, the dogs take a lot of space, and I'm not sure that's I'm going to have so much space. Like, if I divided it, then I would have even less space. Like, I don't think I would have enough space for the African wild dogs. So yeah, I think I'm going to be making this a single habitat, a fairly large one. But yeah, what I'm going to be putting in it will be decided by the dimensions once I build it, which I haven't done yet. Because I just can't decide on the aesthetics. Like, in this area we have the porcupine building, which still does not look good from this angle. I love what I did with the roof, to be honest, but this side of the building is kind of boring. We have the wolverines, which I'm quite happy with how that turned out. The wolverines are looking real good. Both inside and outside. But yeah, I just don't know, like, it would be between the wolverines and the station. And what is between the wolverines and the station? North American lynx? Maybe. I'm not sure I had the lynx on my list. Let me check. I had to limit my number of great cats because there are so many in the game. Let's see here. Did I originally have them on my list? No, actually I hadn't put links on my list. I do believe that they are available, though. One moment. Oh, the Eurasian lynx is available, not the North American. Oh, right, because the North American ones are cougars. So yeah, we have cougars. Who require a fair amount of space, but not nearly as much as the dogs. And we have the Eurasian lynx, who has the glorious tufted ears. And also takes up less space than the dogs, so they would be possibilities, either of them. Although the cougars are a little further south than the wolverines. But yeah, it's just, it really, lynx and cougars are not the same family. No, they're not. But the only North American cat that is in the game is the cougar. That's the main thing. Eurasian lynx are wonderful, but the only North American cat that is in the game is the cougar. The North American lynx it's not. And then there's the whole thing with, you know, the bobcats, cougars, lynxes, and being able to tell the difference between them, which admittedly I would not always be able to tell you what family any of those were in. I am not as good with the cats as I am with the foxes. But yeah, it's just, Oh, they are. They're very cute, which I assume is the word you were going for. Like the Arctic foxes are going to be going in this area, and I know exactly what I'm building for them. And it's actually going to go pretty well with the station, now that I think about it. But, This mystifies me. Big fluffy feet. Yes, exactly. I mean, the Eurasian lynxes also have the big fluffy feet, but they're not exactly the same creature. But not every creature in the world is available in this game, alas. But yeah, I am at somewhat of a loss as to exactly what to do, aesthetically speaking, with this enclosure. Like, I know the exact shape that I'm going for, but I'm at a little bit of a loss when it comes to how else to design the place. Like, I could maybe build it out of the conservation walls, and then I can just change the color depending on, you know, what animal goes in there. But I find that the conservation walls, when there's a lot of them together, it looks kind of what's the right word? It doesn't look so good. It looks extremely artificial. Yeah, artificial is the right word. Let's see, is there anything in here that just sort of calls out to me? Well, I'm not going to build it out of limestone because it's not going to be, I do not want it to be the same as the train station right next door. What is this? The metal walls? I could possibly get away with the metal walls in this zoo. These are poison if your zoo ever experiences sunlight. Uh, the sunlight just reflects off of these things in this horrible, horrible way. But in a zoo that never experiences sunlight, I might actually be able to get away with building stuff out of this. But this is definitely not a happy medium between this and this over here. But it's something to bear in mind for future, that I could possibly get away with that. I don't think the mud is the right choice here. There's the North African plaster. There isn't a lot of that, though. There's not a lot of pieces in that. Definitely not going with the woven bark here. That would be for a very specific animal. Whatever animal it ends up being. Painted brick? Maybe? Plaster? I don't really want to build the whole thing out of plaster. Plaster feels weird to be building enclosures out of. Sandstone. I suppose I could go with the stone brick, maybe? Or maybe the painted temple? That would kind of bring in this building aesthetically. The only problem is that like that's a lot when it's all together. Twilight mason work. We could just go with the wooden walls. I don't think I've used these, now that I think about it. So we could just go with these. It's gonna make the station look even whiter. You know what? Let's give it a try. Okay, so I'm gonna start over here now that I think about it. I'm gonna sort of run this in, yeah, like this. Let's say 5 like that. This is gonna get interesting. Oh no. Okay. Grid height should definitely be that's still not much good. Let's call it like that. I may have to do a little special terraforming around here for this. This is really not what I was going for. One angle is going to end up being really off from the other one if I work on this. Like, moving the dirt a little to make it this work, no problem. But, as we can't get too close over here, or else the guests start perceiving the staff areas. Yeah, I could put one more window this away, and that would be it. Unless I bring these this way. Like, if I took this and put it... Whoa! Hey, hey. Put it there. Let's take the grid size to a 2 meter. And then let's grab these. Oop. If I did this... It's actually pretty close to the ground here, so I wouldn't have to do as much manipulation. What do y'all get hung up on? What the... Why are they stuck? What is going on here? Why are they stuck? Okay. Okay, as far as I can tell, this group trying to go that way is stopping all of these people. They're fine. Okay, and negative impact on guests. We are well beyond that zone now. Okay, I think I have ideas. I think maybe this does not need to be where it is. Let me see. Yeah, this can get pretty freaking close to here before things start getting weird. Okay, I think I have the vestiges of a plan here. Okay, grid height needs to be 1, grid size needs to be 2. I'm going to take these two. And yeah, we can come into here. Like that. And then make that a little bit longer. And make this one a little bit shorter. Okay, okay, yeah, I think I've got something here. So if I come along here, And this goes here. Like this. And whoop. Nope. Obey me. Obey me. You have to obey me. It's in the rules. Okay, why? Why? What in my settings is causing this? It's not the flattened terrain, I don't think. No, there's nothing here that should be causing that. Okay, so I could like bring this down here. Or I have to curve it up this way to bring it down? What if I just, like, scooched this whole thing over? Like, if I took this and put it over here, it doesn't quite work because it would need to be like this. Whoops. Like this. Yeah. And then the path can go whoop, hey, like this. Oh, that is a really weird shaped sliver, but I got the windows on a path. Okay. Now this. Ooh, fascinating. Okay, well, what if I put the path here and just sort of took it this way? Is that really the only way it'll attach? Like, I can't get it to attach over here? Fascinating. I wonder why. It basically ends up being like right across from the snake garden entrance, which is a little weird. But that's the only way it's going to attach, so I'm just going to have to work with it. Oh, I know you want to do that, but you're not allowed to do that. You are, however, allowed to do that. Like that, maybe? And then I can take this. Like this. I'm not entirely certain where I'm going to be attaching the staff path to this particular habitat yet, but I think this is the way that the viewing windows get set up. Excuse? Are you kidding me? You weasels. I'm gonna have to do something about that, but that is a problem for future Foxwine. Current Foxwine is just gonna be mad about it. Okay, so these will be the viewing windows, and those will be the viewing windows, and then we can... fascinating. Come along here like this. Now I'm floating in midair. Oh, because I have auto stack turned off. This is going to be a very interesting piece of construction to perform. There is going to be a lot of this that is built out of fussy rotated pieces, isn't there? Well, this edge at least, I'm gonna... no, I think that's actually one too far. Okay, from over to there, then from here down to there somehow, from here across there, around this building somehow. The main trick is going to be the height, I think. But yeah, I think I need to make this slope a little bit less dramatic. It's in grass right now, so it's hard to see, but this is too steep here, I think. So I'm gonna use dirt so that I can see it. And we're gonna give this a few shoves is what we're gonna do. Like, I don't mind this being a hill, but it needs to be a much gentler hill than it is. Okay, let me bring myself. I worry that it's still too steep back here. Admittedly, I'm not 100% certain exactly how much of this I'm going to use. I should probably stop messing with the terrain until I put in more fence. But I'm also trying to figure out where my highest point is. I think this line is my highest. So if I make the whole thing flat to this to start with, I should be doing pretty good. And I think I know what I need. I'm annoyed at having to make one, but I know what I need. We're going to take the 4x2 here. Going to make sure that that's flat. I'm going to turn it this way. And what I'm doing here is I'm making a long, flat, straight wall all out of one piece. we're gonna pray that I've made this long enough, because I don't want to make it any longer than this, because this is about as big as I think I really have space for here. I can go a little bit this way as well, I guess. You know what, let's do that. Dude, what the heck are you doing here? You can't walk to work from here, man. It did turn off. Yeah, random rotation is turned off. Yeah. I would have noticed by now if it wasn't, but you know, paranoia. Okay. We're gonna pray that this is long enough, because I don't want to work with anything longer. Select all. Duplicate an advanced move. And yank it around until it does the things I want it to do. So basically at this point what I want is a wall that goes from that corner to this corner, which this almost does, but not quite. Which means this angle needs to go this way ever so slightly. And then I need to readjust everything. And see, I got it wrong again. So close to right. I may use this just because it's close enough. I can't quite make that work though. This wall is poking through. Let's try this one. You know, I can make this one work. I can actually force this angle to work. Yeah, by adding another piece like right in here, I can force that angle to work. So right now, should do what I should have done a little earlier, which was to height match. And then I'm just gonna jiggle this around until the corner looks okay. That's one advantage in working in this particular wood. If the corners are a little weird, it doesn't show quite as much. Don't worry about the way that that sticks out there. It will be fixed later, but that's for later. The important thing right now is to not change the height of this wall. Yeah, what I want is a wall that goes from this corner to this corner, which I have not quite gotten here. That's very close. I think that might be it. Like this. And yeah, that's missing. That is missing entirely. Oh dear. Oh, I was so close. And that's hitting the wrong corner entirely. I think that's way too far, probably, but let's see how it ends up lining up. Oh, wait. Maybe my judgment is flawed after all, because that looks just about perfect. Once again, don't worry about the horror that's happening here. I will fix it later. Okay, I'm just gonna rotate this away. Precision is for chumps. Okay. And sort of eyeball this to be on an angle with the wall there, which it's slightly off from. I think that's about as close as it's gonna get. And then just sort of merge these corners together in an aesthetically... What is a single word that means not displeasing? I don't know. Okay, now I briefly turn angle snap on for this part. Because it basically goes at right angles to the previous one. Like that. And that is where I'm going to have to stop for the moment because I'm into the hill. I wonder if I just go on a sharp right angle this way for a bit, would that look weird? Well, either way, let's clean up a little bit here. And shove this in here like this. And take these away. Shove that in there? Question mark? It's gonna stick out a little weird no matter what, but I think that's gonna be good enough. And actually, let's just duplicate that. In there like that. And somewhere in there. Okay, and now that I have that line, I can take these away. And tuck that in there. Tuck that like that. Yeah, that looks all right. That looks all right. Yeah, we are having a little bit of an issue with the hovering, but it'll be fixed later. It'll be fixed later. I will take care of it. Don't worry. Whoop! Oh no, I don't want to be inside the building. No. Okay, then if I take this like on a right angle this way. And then I connect these two like across here. Yeah. I think I have what I'm going to be doing. Still don't know where I'm putting the door, but I think I know what I'm doing. And I'm definitely committed to this wood now because, oh my god, I am not rebuilding this in anything else. Alright, let's take this in here. Make sure it's the same height. That's the same height, I guess. Go over here. And whoop. And this. This is really difficult because of the terrain issues. But this part, it's not really like trying to connect the corners. It's like, what angle doesn't look completely weird here? That one... Yeah, that one. So then what I do is line her up. Like this? Question mark? That's good. That's good. I like that. Oh, and it's just long enough. Look at that. It's a little lower, though. Hold on a moment. There we go. And then all this stuff that's underground can go away. This tucks in here. And that tucks there. And ladies and gentlemen and everyone in between, we have an outline. I am definitely going to have to shove the earth down in this corner. We are rising too far. But now I know. I'm going to come back to this in a minute. But first we gotta... We gotta do some shoving action here. We have risen too high. Okay, I think that's actually pretty nice. But we're gonna give it some smooth anyway. We do have this weird dip here. I'm gonna try to make it a big dip instead of a little dip. Like that. Oh, now we have some weirdness going on here, but... Okay, how far are we rising still? Okay, we've still got a noticeable rise going on here, so we still have some terrain going on. Whoop! Gotta stop accidentally shoving myself into the train station. Okay. Now, take this wall here. This is just to make it easier for myself. So I'm just going to be like that. We're just going to make the wall meet the ground everywhere because it's going to make it a lot easier for me. Where does this start floating? I have to keep this wall just in case, so this is fun. We start floating here, but the walls that I can change start there. Here, I've got a regular wall in here somewhere. Probably this one. Oh, 2 regular walls. Spectacular. Okay. Take this down. Like this. You. All right. Half grid, 1 meter. Just fill that in down there. Nothing's floating up there, at least. But we are floating a little along here now with my adjustments. So take these. And like that. Alright, we are touching the ground everywhere. Yes. Still not entirely certain where to put the staff entrance, but now the one thing that I really hate doing before I finish actually making everything, because it's very distracting, but I'm not gonna finish this until I know just how big this enclosure is. So take this, go here. And there like that. And yes, this is going to make the rest of the building really annoying, especially when I go to put the windows in. But necessary evils. And then this is why I made sure to build all the walls in flat sections rather than curved ones for this one, because it was already enough of a pain. I didn't want to have to be dealing with curves as well. because this way I have nice flat lines and I have vertices that I can see. And it's much easier. Much, much easier. Tuck that in there. Bring it along here. Like that. Okay, double check. Oh. And this is why I made it meet the ground, because I can tell whether I'm inside the wall or not. This area notwithstanding, of course. Still going to be yellow across the windows, but we are definitely not meeting the ground here, but I'm pretty sure I'm inside the wall, I think. I will have to make that part meet the ground, but now I'd really like to be able to put the keeper entrance here. I just don't know if I can get away with it. Let's find out. I may be able to. Okay, my corners are still my corners. There is a keeper entrance embedded in that wall now. Okay. And while I'm thinking about it, before I look at what size this is, I'm going to grab this wall, the whole thing, just in case I decide to terraform more. And like that. I'm not really a big fan of like how I've gone deeper in that corner than over here. I think maybe I should give it another little shove. Oh, right. Staff buildings. I can't shove that very far. Okay, undo the shoving. Give this a little pull. Which is gonna look weird because I put the barriers in now. This is spectacular. I hate everything. Okay, well, I'm just gonna work with it then. Possibly I'll fill that in with rocks to make myself feel better, because I can't terraform around the edges without redoing the edges now. I should have thought about the terraforming a little bit more before I did this, but we still need to find out what size this habitat is now. So, habitat 19, completely unnamed. Working habitat, though. 2,212. That is bigger than I thought. Well, it's a good thing I didn't try to put the Arctic foxes in here. I may well be able to put in the African dogs. I could make it smaller, but I don't feel like it, so we're gonna work with this. I'm gonna make a note here. Okay. Habitat unknown. Area equals 2.212 meters squared. Now obviously I would want to have something that uses less than that space, because that way I'll be able to put in a bunch of plants and rocks and stuff. But that is more space than I thought I would have. Man, choosing what to go in there is going to be hard. I mean, I suppose I would actually be able to fit in the African wild dogs in that kind of area. And yeah, they were definitely on my list. Like, let's see. If I'm going up to 2,000... So I'd be able to put 12 dogs in here, if I were putting dogs in here. What else do I have that takes up a lot of space that I didn't already have a place for? Don't say timber wolves. I already know where I'm putting the timber wolves. Let's see here. What uses a lot of space that I don't actually... Not putting Arctic wolves in here. Sorry, folks. Already have a plan for that creature. No, they're not nocturnal. Yes, I have a paper list that I made because I hate searching. Let's see. No, ostriches aren't nocturnal. I could put cougars in there, but it would be way more space than they need. Those aren't not nocturnal. As I'm going through my list here and seeing what needs the most amount of space. Ooh, great pandas need that kind of space. I don't think they're counted officially as nocturnal though. Can you imagine trying to climb bamboo to eat it in the dark? Can you imagine a panda trying to climb bamboo to eat it in the dark? Rhinos not actually nocturnal. Oh, interesting. The maned wolves use that kind of space. Now that's a wolf that's more closely related to a fox than it is to an actual wolf. They weren't actually on my list. All the foxes are, but the foxes don't actually take up that much room for most of the... Main question is, are maned wolves actually nocturnal? Definitely not installing polar bears. I am not putting water in after I've gone through all this difficulty. Plus, question mark about polar bears being nocturnal, now that I think about it. There are a lot of creatures that use this kind of space, but not all of them are nocturnal is the problem. Well, I think it's either the African wild dogs or if the maned wolves are actually nocturnal. Maned wolf. Found in the wood, grass, and scrubland of Argentina, Brazil, Paraguay, and Uruguay, the maned wolf, or Chrysochlon brachiaris, is a species of canid named for the dark, thick mane running down the center of its neck to its shoulder blades. It has long, thin limbs and an overall lanky appearance. The maned wolf is covered in red, shaggy fur on its body and short black fur on its legs. Male and female maned wolves are similar in size and appearance, standing 29.2 inches to 38 inches tall at the shoulder. They are 38 inches to 46 inches long, with the tail adding another 12 inches to 6 inches, and weigh between 44 pounds and 63.8 pounds. None of that tells me whether or not it's nocturnal. Categorized as near threatened due to habitat destruction, persecution from farmers, sport hunting, and live capture. Thought to have gone extinct in most, if not all, of its historic ranges in Uruguay. Suburban environments in their native range are often turned into agricultural land, and increasing urbanization means they're often killed on roads or catch diseases from domestic dogs. While it is a protected species across much of its range, the enforcement of this protection remains lacking. Conservation efforts revolve around raising awareness about vaccination rates in domestic dogs and road safety, as well as conducting research into maned wolf endocrinology in hopes of improving reproductive success. That does not tell me anything that I needed to know there. Social needs, they live in mated pairs in large territories. And then a whole bunch of stuff about reproduction that is not a factor in this zoo. Mating system, maturation, relation with humans, guest interaction, size, life cycle. Nope, none of this tells me what I need to know, so I'm gonna have to Google it. One moment while I tab out. Okay, where is my browser? There's my browser. Okay. Give me Google, give me Google. Don't try to give me Bing, give me Google. Okay, there we go. Are maned wolves nocturnal? Primarily nocturnal, but they can also be active during dawn and dusk. Okay. What page is this from? World Wildlife Fund. I think the World Wildlife Fund knows what they're talking about. I'm pretty sure that the World Wildlife Fund has a clue what they're talking about. Okay. So, the question is, I did not actually plan to put maned wolves in this zoo. Should I put a couple of maned wolves in here? Because, oh, actually, that would be a lot of extra space. Oh, you can have up to 3 of them in there if you have bachelors. Okay. That's still a lot of extra space. So I can put in 3 maned wolves, or I can put in 12 African dogs. Oh, that's a difficult choice. And I can't set up a poll because I closed the window that I can actually do that in. Planet Zoo takes a lot of processing power, so I end up closing a lot of things that I would normally have open during my streams. It's a very difficult choice between the maned wolves and the African dogs. I think the thing that may decide it for me is the fact that the African dogs were on my list, but the maned wolves were not. I mean, they're both, like, very fancy looking. But yeah, the African wild dog is endangered. Not that that matters in this zoo, because I'm not allowing my animals to breed, sorry. And I would be able to have 12 of them. Or we have the near threatened, which is slightly lesser, with the maned wolf. You know, I think I may put the African wild dogs in here. Just because they were on my list and the maned wolf was not. What sort of temperature are we looking at for these guys? 8 to 40. Okay, so my zoo sticks around 13, so they should be happy without heaters or coolers. That's very handy. But yeah, 12 of them apparently. Let's just double check that. Yeah, if I go up to 13, it goes just a bit over, but if I'm at 12, it's under. And if I really wanted to get fancy with decorating, I could do 10, but you know what? 12. And then the fact that I've practically covered the place in dirt is not going to be quite as bad. Alright. 12 African wild dogs are going in here. It's going to be very noisy in this corner of the zoo. I'm just going to take this. I'm going to enter group edit mode. And we're going to leave that for the moment. Over here in art shapes, I want to make sure that Future Foxwine remembers. So I'm just going to 1, 2. There. This is good because I had no idea where I was going to put these guys in my zoo. They were on my list. I did want them because they are quite nice looking. But I really did not know where I was going to put them. Okay, going back to 4.125 feet. So the wall that I have right now is going to be more than enough for them. So like this wall, once I make it all the same height, which is absolutely what I'm going to be doing, is going to be just right. In fact, it's going to be a little bit much, but that's what happens sometimes. I wish I could do that for all the spots, but unfortunately I can't do that for the window areas. Not without making the windows kind of short, which I don't want to do. So yeah, let's get all the walls to the same height so that I can feel better about myself. That. And like that, and I think that's a 2 meter? I think. I'm gonna hope that's a 2 meter. It is! Oh, thank goodness. Okay. And then I think the one-way glass is the way to go here. Going to make sure that that's perfectly upright, because I'm not sure about that spot that I put it on the path. Oh, actually, let's do it this way, like a smart person. Now we know that it's perfectly vertical and on the right angle for the wall. And I'm just gonna pull this to this line in here because I think that looks good. Like that. Yeah, that's good. And then over here, oh, didn't notice that. But yeah, I can let this go. I'm finished with it now. It has served its purpose very, very well. Thank you very much, incredibly long wall. You did good. Okay, and put this here. Immediately twist it the wrong way. I meant to grab the red, not the green. I don't know what happened there. But same here as the other one, just line that sucker up with like that. Gonna have to do something to fill in this corner, because that just don't look right. I may just be lazy. Rotate that up like this. Line it up this way. Line it up this way. And just sort of bring it out here. And pretend that nothing weird is happening. Right? Right? Yeah. There's definitely more work to be done on this, but This is a beautiful start. My one regret is that it's going to be pretty much impossible to stick a monitor to this wall, because that would be the perfect place to put a habitat board. Oh well. And I have a much smaller sliver to fill in for this. I'll figure that out later. Future Foxwine will figure it out. She's good at that stuff. I could put one more window in here. I'm a pretend. Besides, I need... I need a piece that's in here anyway, because we do have a little drift off the ground there. And then duplicate that there. And duplicate that there. Yeah, I like that a little better. The main trick is going to be preventing people from looking through the solid walls. The fact that they're looking through the walls over here is just making me really unhappy. I don't want to have to put in a hedge here. But, yeah, maybe, like if I take this and here, along here, and along here, and I just make that, what's the thinnest opaque wall? I think it's the wood logs. Is that like totally inside? I think so. Can I see it at all? No, I cannot. All right. Okay. Oh, right. I still haven't done anything about the door. I will do something about that. Future Foxwine will absolutely take care of it. The next time she notices it, whenever that is. It also means that this piece of barrier right here, if I also make that wood, and sort of shoop it up here, that people should not come to stand here to look in there. At least that's the idea. If they stand looking through this panel, I'm okay with that. I will pretend. I will pretend that they're going to be reading the habitat board that I'm going to put there. But yeah, we just I try to limit what is going on with the people looking through the walls. There isn't much that I could do about the red panda because I do in fact want the train to be able to look through here. So I had to put in a hedge here. And that I'm living with that day to day. I'm actually quite surprised nobody is standing on this bridge to like look in there. But possibly the fact that I made this a solid wall is helping with that. But yeah. So it's a little bit of a tall enclosure. But it's not taller than the train station, so that's fine. Oh yes, and I should come along here. If I click in just the right spot, oh, I have really caused myself problems here. Hold on. I'm gonna have to fix the doorway thing now and not later. Okay, grid size 2, grid height 1. I can't use either of these here, can I? Oh, that's a pity. Okay, take this, duplicate it. Rotate upright. Line her up. Make her the same height. Like that. Shove her over there a bit. Okay, and then delete. Just sort of line this up with the edge of the door. Like that. And line it up with the edge of the door. And realize the whole shebang's just a little high, or this wall's a little low, and then realize that I don't actually care. And whoop. Oh man, I'm in the wrong place. Okay. Found my way to the... Okay, we have... What is your issue here? We will find out what the issue is in just a minute, but first... Okay, we're going to take this. I'm going to say duplicate. And... yeah, 2 by 2 is going to have to be the answer. Bring that up level. Oh, 2 by 2 cannot be the answer. 1 by 2? Yep, 1 by 2. And just try to get this as lined up as I can, which I cannot. Close enough, I guess. And then, whoop, oh, no, 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 no. I want to be able to see the door here. There. Alright, I fixed it. I fixed it. It's fixed. It's fixed. Okay, now, what is this alert? Tour group has been waiting for an educator for a long time. That's an educator right there. But if they have been waiting for a long time, then Snake Garden needs at least one more educator. So, staff, I need to be in here anyway. Educator. Okay, and unpause for a moment. There we go. Hello, Eldon. You are going to be the Snake Garden tour. Welcome to your new life. And also, while I'm at it, what I was trying to do before, this enclosure gets renamed from Habitat 19 to African Wild Dog. And what work zone does this belong to again? Keeper Zone 4. Okay. Why does Vendor Group 2 have the Keeper Hut in it? Oh dear. I'll say Keeper Zone 4 is going to be including that there. So, over in the work zones, Keeper Zone 4. I really should give these better names. There we go. We add the African Wild Dog to that. And Vendor Group 3. Oh, no, not 3. Not 3. Group 2? Yeah, there we are. Vendor Group 2 should not be attached to the Keeper Hut. Yeah, that makes a lot more sense. I should really name my zones better. Okay. Arachnid Zone, yeah, that makes sense. Keeper Zone 1. We're going to call that Keeper Zone Main, I think. Because it's by main station. Excuse you? Okay, now it's called Keeper Zone Main. Alright, and what is currently Keeper Zone 2? Yeah, I'm gonna call that Keeper Zone South. We're counting the castle as being north here. Keeper Zone 3. Southeast. Keeper Zone Southeast, I think. Okay. Keeper Zone 4 is... that is the northeast. And then the vendor groups are also going to need a better name. So this is vendor group... this is going to be vendor group main. Try and give things better names. Vendor group 2. We're going to call this vendor group East. And vendor group 3 is going to be vendor group South for now. That one may get renamed. Okay, so now we are not using numbers, so hopefully it should be easier to keep track of which zone is which. Always counting on the fact that the castle is north. The castle is north, and therefore this is east, this is south, and over here this is west, which we haven't actually used yet. Okay, so what is upcoming in the Planet Zoo streaming is finishing off this habitat and installing the African wild dogs, and of course continuing work on the snake garden, bit at a time, bit at a time, bit at a time. And the next big project is going to be coming over here to this and installing this so that we know how far over the train tracks need to be to go around this. Very important, because once we do that, we can relay the train tracks so that we can install our Arctic foxes and pretty much finish off this zone of the zoo. I think what I'm going to do with this space here is put in another little food court. As I have one here, and I have one in the witch's house, but I think I'm going to use this space to put in another one. Just because. Mainly to use the space. I would very much like to use the space. So I'm thinking like a little food court in back here, and then the Arctic foxes over here, and we'll install both of those at around the same time. We'll just have to be very careful about the food court to make sure that people are not adversely affected by this power here. Oh, right, I've been paused this whole time. Let's unpause. Now, it bothers me that it says the tour group has been waiting for an educator when there is obviously an educator right here. So, what is going on? Oh, we were waiting for the last few people. Where are you? Really, you lead them out of the garden. You know, I expected them to like walk through the garden over to here, not go that way. But okay. Okay. That's fine. That's fine. Everything's fine. So, yeah, the Arctic foxes need a little bit more space than this. This is not even in the right place anyway. But yeah. putting in a food court here, I am going to have to be careful about how much negativity this has. I can reduce that with plants, but I need to put in the Arctic fox habitat first before I can put the plants in. So it's going to be building that over there and then relaying the tracks so that we know where the edge of the snake garden is, and we have the space for the Arctic foxes over here. So these tracks are probably going to be coming out this way a bit more, but that's fine. It's this area is going to be interesting because the enclosure is supposed to be about this size, but the space that I'm going to be taking with what I'm doing with this is going to be quite respectable. So I will be working that out. But that is, once again, a future foxwine problem. But it will give people more of a reason to take the train, because it will be like the train doesn't get much benefit from the snake garden, but they will be able to get benefit from the Arctic foxes and from this enclosure, I'm hoping. The main thing I'd like to do is, well, there's a very fancy thing that I'm hoping to do over here, but I have to work out a few other things before I can do that first. But yeah, that's the basic plan going on here. We have to find some nice plants to fill in this space in a way that covers up this hole in the ground, but doesn't cover up my glorious construction here. Maybe covers up that bit. I might put a tree right in that corner just to hide what's going on there, but the fact that I've been putting real windows really makes me not want to block them with plants. Like the fact that I can like zoom up and look through the windows and see people walking around inside the train station, I adore that. So yeah, I don't want to cover up the windows to take away from the fact that I did quite a bit of work to make that work. But yeah, I do worry that this might be a little too close and that people are going to stand on this path to look in there. So I might have to put up a hedge, like right in here. I'm not thrilled about the idea, but man, I can't even put up a... What if I did it with a null barrier first? Like if I do like that, and we just sort of try and balance these panels. And then, nope, too close to the path. I may have caused myself more problems than I'm worth. I may have to put in an actual rock wall there. just to prevent people from standing to look at the creatures. I did make this a wood wall, right? Yes. That's a wood wall. That's a wood wall now too. So yeah, I'm thinking that I'm going to have to put in a rock wall here. But once again, that's a problem for future foxwine. Current foxwine is noticing that it is 1:20 in the morning. Just make that red thing disappear. That's better. Hopefully I didn't leave any more of those sticking out. But yeah, we're gonna need some plant work along these walls to disguise the way that the path is weird around here. Because I'm not changing the curve of the path now, not after I spent all that time putting those fences in. So we're gonna put in some plant life. I guess I'm putting in a rock wall here. Whee! Oh, hey, one of my wandering educators is just calling people over so she can talk. Oh, nope. Nope, she didn't get an audience, so she's gone to try and find a different spot. Alright, so we have lots of people who are now riding the train to the East Station. We have a lot fewer people who are riding the train from the East Station. This is very sad. I should really put planters in here. Like this is kind of ugly. And so is this. I should really do something about that. Maybe the train station isn't as finished as I thought it was. So yeah, let's add to the list. Finish the wild dogs. Put planters in the train station. Okay, I gotta put that on the list. Put planters in train station east. Okay. And of course, finish off this habitat for the wild dogs. Also acquire wild dogs to put in said habitat. I think I'm probably going to use rocks to make that dip not be a dip anymore. Just so that I don't have to terraform this anymore. But once again, problems for future foxwine. So wild dogs in here. I've pretty much finished the outer sides. Why does the light keep coming? Hello? It's like the light keeps coming under the wall there. I don't know. But anyway, acquiring wild dogs, putting the wild dogs in the box, setting up the box so that it's pretty for the wild dogs. And well, then we move on over to there. Future foxwine has many things to do, and I mean there's still the snake garden to be worked on. There's still a lot of plants that go in like around the zoo. Like this area needs to be filled in with something. The lake has been sitting unfinished for so long. It dearly needs some work, which I may do off stream because While I know that I can make this look good, I also know that it's going to take me a really long time. So I might do that as an off-stream project. I haven't decided. But yeah, the lake, I can finish decorating the lake. I cannot finish decorating the river because the river isn't finalized yet. So the river here is going to have to wait because I can't finalize it for some time. But the lake here, I can finish that. I can do the plants for that. This area needs something. I haven't decided what yet, but something. There definitely needs to be some plants. Like there needs to be a lot more plants. Like this area in front of the African crested porcupine, it needs something. Not a fence, but some plants. It needs some plants. There needs to be some plants over here. This area needs to be filled in somehow. This area needs to be filled in somehow. This area needs to be filled in somehow. I wish this bit of the path was not so ugly and square. I wish that there was a way I could fix it. Oh! My wish came true! Oh, it's not ugly and square anymore. It still needs plants here. Like, we have a lot of plants, like, right around here because of the whole, the area of negativity was touching the train tracks. But we need to, like, pull that over this way so that it looks slightly less unnatural here. And this area, like, any places where there's just bare grass, an expanse of bare grass needs to be filled in somehow. I haven't decided exactly how. I do know that around the wolverines here, I do need to put in more trees so that the enclosure doesn't look quite so unnatural sticking out here. I do want to make sure that this wall here is still visible though, because that's really cool looking and I like that. So I don't want to completely cover everything in plants because I do like how that looks. But I just have too much grass expanse going on. But yeah, so I will be installing new animals the next time I stream. Nice. I'm just going to make some notes. Rock wall. Planters in the train station. I already put down that there's supposed to be 12 dogs in here. Okay. And I will need to remember to hire a keeper when I put the dogs in, but future Foxwine will take care of that. She remembers that stuff. I don't have to remember that stuff for her. She'll remember on her own. It'll be fine. And the fact that I mostly filled this with dirt is probably a good thing as far as the African wild dogs go. It's been so long since I've had African wild dogs in a zoo. Ooh. I have not been doing stuff with African animals for some time, so I'm kinda looking forward to that. Okay, and it's oh. The area of negativity really shrank when I put in the enclosure. Remarkable. I still want plants, particularly right here. Actually, I want a whole lot of plants because I would really like to screen the horror that is happening in this area. We're not going to talk about what that post is doing. I usually just try to pretend that the whole area is paved. I'm good at pretending. I'm good at pretending. I am. I have a very active imagination. But yeah, so we will have some animals installed in here. I don't understand why people keep getting hung up on each other around here. I'm not getting any more alerts about tours waiting for a long time. People are actually using this rest station. Oh, and there's another one of the red things that I missed. You know what, let's just... I'm just gonna try and do a perimeter sweep here because it's starting to bother me that I missed 2 of them somehow. And if I missed 2, there's a very good possibility I missed 3. Let's see here. Well, I wouldn't even know with those bushes there. Well, there's not 3 along there. Let's double check along the train tracks. Which there shouldn't be because I leveled everything out around the train tracks. Okay, nothing on that side. Nothing on this side. Okay, I only missed 2. I'm still bothered that I missed 2. I was being very careful as I was going along. Oh well. Okay, so. Oh. Oh, wandering vendor. Okay, staff room is so far away, I'll be worn out by the time I get there. Excuse me, you have 2 different staff rooms for your zone. And none of them are far away. Whatever. Okay, so, the only thing left is to double check to make sure... Okay, good, good. Everybody's zone got renamed when I renamed them. You're in the rec room, you're in the rec room. Oh, that's right, I changed one of the places to a rec room, didn't I? Yep. Everybody is working hard. Heck, our mechanics still have a low workload, and so does our security guard. And I have enough caretakers that there's 4 of them that have low workloads. Interestingly, this vendor, Cortez Burke Wait, is overworked? Just Cortez. Interesting. What is Cortez up to? Doing 2 people's work here. I'm absolutely loving this job. Sure is a lot to do. Okay, Cortez works... Oh, at the Pip Shop water booth. Yes, water is very popular. Well, I'm sorry, there's nothing I can do to reduce Cortez's workload because this is the main food court here. Although it is interesting. Why is nobody going to Gulpy? Interesting. But yeah, there's 3 different places to drink in very close proximity here. So burgers. I believe that the Gulpy is the soda. Hey, it's Pauline. Hi, Pauline. We've got the water. We've got hot dogs. And over here, quite busy, we have, oh, Just a Memento and Hat Fantastic. Okay, we only have 4 eating places. So we only have 2 places to drink, but that doesn't explain why so many people are going to the water and so few are going to the Gulpy. Very strange. It's not like I didn't give them options though, so... Oh, and there's these places back here. Let's see, we have... I think this is a Bernie's Bakes. And a coffee. Okay, I can understand why the coffee is more popular than the soda. Our zoo is a little chilly. But still... I should probably put in more merch shops. I have very few. I have these 2. There's the information booths, although they don't count. I think I put one in down here. Let's see, we have Monsieur Frit. We have another Gulpy. And here we have... Yeah, this is Just a Memento. So, you know what? I don't have a souvenir shop in the eastern part of the zoo yet. We have Red Panda milkshakes, which ought to be more popular than it is, honestly. Over here, it's just 2 food places, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, coffee and Bernie's Bakes. Why do I keep putting those next to each other? I ought to examine that psychologically on myself, but I'm not sure if I care. And then in here, there's no souvenirs, there's just food. The Brats and Brews. Quite popular, both of them. I'm quite proud of that, quite honestly. But yeah, I don't have merchandise down here. So maybe when I put in the food court, I should make sure to put in a merch booth. Let's see if I manage to remember. But yeah, I'm thinking that down here could probably use some more guest services. Like if I look at the guest needs, mostly happy people here, although, ooh. Let's see, energy, we are so-so. We do have places to sit down in the train station though, so that would definitely help with the energy. I should maybe put some benches in the snake garden. It is an awfully large area to walk. Let's see, hunger. Yeah. There's some very hungry people up there, but that's the main food court, so they're taking care of themselves. We do have a few hungry people down this end. Let's see. Thirst? Patty Hayes, hello! Welcome to the stream. Oh my goodness, hello, welcome Raiders. And here is me trying to type Patty Hayes Jr. Ah, Mass Effect. Nice. Did you enjoy that? The zoo is actually going really well, although I am in a very difficult to look at mode right now. I was just looking at how thirsty people are around here. And yeah, they're pretty thirsty. Fewer thirsty people down this end than I thought there would be, but... what else should I be checking? Toilet. There's a toilet right there, so toilet needs are pretty well taken care of here. Although they really need to go. And education. Look at that education. We do have some folks who are terribly, terribly red over in the main food court. But down this end of the zoo, everybody is quite educated. My goodness. I am curious, like, people come into the zoo not educated, so the largest number of non-educated people would be over here. And yeah, I'm guessing what's happening is that there's people who are entering the zoo, and before they go to any animals, they're going straight into the food court. I did try to fix that by putting up some education boards. You can see people actually reading them there. But the education boards, as you can see, they don't do much. They're still red. It's actually baffling. Yeah, well, the fact that they arrive completely uneducated makes perfect sense. Why they're going to the food court before seeing any of the animals, that I do not know. Okay, those are some people leaving who have no energy left, so that's fine. We have a mix of energy going on. I probably do need to put out more benches in various areas of the zoo, but the energy's doing fine. I am looping around again. Hunger. Now here's the thing that bothers me. Like, they arrive, they're not hungry. So why are they going into the food court? Are they all going to the there are, there's the, there's a couple of merchandise stores right here. So the best thing I can think of is, like, people arrive at the zoo, they arrive, they're not hungry, they're not thirsty, they don't need the toilet, but maybe they're going and getting souvenirs? But yeah, here's one of my educators just giving a wandering talk, educating the people. Whoops! Don't be inside the hedge. Don't be inside the hedge, Foxwine. This dude in the striped shirt was really enjoying that talk. My goodness. But yeah, I have made great progress on the zoo. I've gotten this area pretty much finished, except for filling in with plants, because that's the part that I always put off. And lately I've been working over at the eastern edge of the zoo, installing my porcupines in this glorious building that nobody ever seems to stop in. It's beautiful in here, and nobody comes to see my poor porcupines. The ladies are still really happy, though. Even though nobody comes to see them. Or possibly because nobody comes to see them. And we put in the wolverines. And I've been working on my glorious snake garden. This is a giant garden containing all of the snakes that are currently available in the game. Oh, thank you! I'm still working on the snake garden. I've pretty much got everything built that's going to be built, but as you can see, the plants are still a bit lacking. So I'm going to be gradually putting in more plants from stream to stream. and I built my second train station over here. It is almost finished, but not quite. I did forget down here. There needs to be a couple of planters. I have a void space here and a void space here that need to be filled in with planters. But otherwise, the train station has been finished. I'm really quite proud of this one. It turned out really gorgeous. And I did it all myself. I would visit the zoo. Oh, that's such a compliment. Thank you. Even though it's not finished. Over here, I just built this enclosure today. I didn't know what I was putting in it until I built it because I didn't know how big it was going to be. It turned out to be huge, so I'm going to be installing my African wild dogs in here next stream. I don't want to take the time to... I'm afraid you raided me just as I was starting to wrap up. I was just looking around and being like, okay, what am I going to be doing next stream? And then you raided in, so now you're getting the basic zoo tour. So I will be installing some African wild dogs in here. These are the wolverines over here. Maybe they'll even volunteer. Are either of you visible right now, boys? Hello, gentlemen? Hello? No. No. The wolverines do not like to be out where I can see them. Oh yeah, look at that. They're both inside the burrow. And the river is I'm working on. I can't put the plants in, but I do have a river wall now. So yay. And the cave is complete. My beautiful cave I'm very proud of. This is my grizzly bear enclosure with two of the happiest grizzly bears in all of Planet Zoo. This is Brian. And then they have their cave here. And through here we have the train tracks. The train will come from that direction and then go that away. And here we have my lovely bat cave with the bats that are gradually being named for the DC bat family because I happen to have a channel point reward that is to rename any zoo animal or staff member that has not already been renamed. So I have a regular viewer who stops in and renames the bats for bat family members. I just love how they keep flying into the camera while I'm talking about them. So yeah, we have the bat cave here, and then we have the tunnel that leads to the bat cave. Now I can actually back up without... They're gonna be stars. Yeah, pretty much. I have built an enclosure here for the kiwi, and I fixed the roof so that it isn't poking through the path anymore. Mostly. The kiwis are very popular because they're the only ones in the zoo so far who have the glorious viewing domes. They love the viewing dome. Oh, there's one of my kiwi now. Hello. You are shorter than the grass. It's amazing. Viewing domes are pretty cool. Yeah, I mean, like, when I go to a zoo that has a viewing dome, I do want to do that. The line is usually daunting, but I still want to do that. And over here, of course, we have my bachelor badgers, most of whom are outside the burrow at the moment. Miracles will never cease. And of course the main train station, which has a remarkably short line right now. Dang. And of course the arachnid house, which I am also very proud of because it looks like an actual house. A big house full of eight-legged beasties. Is in this corner I have the scorpions. And in the middle here we have the Goliath spiders, and around the edges we have the other spiders and tarantulas that are available in the game. Oh yeah, the people love the arachnid house. Admittedly, when they do that, it's a little bit weird, but they're looking at the education board, sure. But yeah, it's very popular, and I kind of wish that my design had allowed for more than just a 4-meter path for getting in and out of here. Because while there's space inside, the space for getting in and out is a little tricky, because there's only one entrance. But the look! It's got the look! And then over here we have a lot of my planning laid out. We have a bunch of enclosures that I haven't built yet. We have the saltwater crocodiles just hanging out. Along with the big guy that I affectionately called Lardass because it was so difficult to build a ramp that he could actually use. Building a ramp that he could actually use to get up to this level was a real pain in the keister because he's so big. He is so big. I mean, look at him. This is him, and this is his girlfriend. I have not changed the zoom on my camera. I have not changed the zoom on my camera. Boy is big. And we've got a little food court over here. It's kind of boring as far as food courts go, but I'm very proud of the plant fill that I did out front here with the trees and the grasses and such. Oh yeah, he is absolutely huge. He is a unit and a half. He's very popular because of it. And then over here we have a place in training or waiting. And we have the tapirs in here. Also very popular creatures. Hanging out right by the bars. Dang. Giving the people a show. Good job. And then over here we have the currently most popular animals in the zoo, the red pandas. I built this climbing frame in here myself, arranged it all. They can use every part of it, despite the fact that there is a wire ceiling on here to keep them from escaping. But yeah, the people adore the red pandas. They are the most popular habitat animal in my zoo, and have been ever since I installed them. So they've got this big old climbing frame that I built for them, and there is viewing also from the train tracks, so when you're on the train you can still look in and see the pandas and get a little education about the pandas as you ride the train. And then I had to put in a big hedge here because people kept trying to stand on this path to look at the red pandas. So and then we come back around to the snake garden, which is still in progress and will be in progress for quite some time. But yeah, we have the snake garden. There's a tour that comes through here. We have the witch's house. which is the rest stop with the brats and brews. And that is the progress that I have made on the zoo so far. I did end up building the castle twice because the first castle just ended up feeling way too small. I just had to make it bigger and give it more towers. More towers! More towers! We have a redeem from Slink. You would like a Mr. Blueberry 4th for a staff member. Alright. That can absolutely be done. Do you want a keeper? Do you want a mechanic? Do you want an educator? I do not recommend a vendor. There's too many of them. But we have quite a few staff members to choose from. Our veterinarians have already been renamed, and so has our security guard. The security guard's down here. There we are. Pauline Blart, Zoo Cop. A keeper. Okay. Well, a Mr. Blueberry 4. So let's try and find somebody with a very obviously masculine name. Dion seems masculine. Let's double check. Hello, Dion. Keeper for the grizzly bears. Oh yeah, that's a dude, all right. Okay. Yes, Pauline Blart. I have only renamed one animal in this zoo. I personally have only renamed one animal in this zoo. Every other staff member or animal that has been renamed, and yes, Pauline Blart is one of them, has been renamed by one of my viewers. Okay, so Mr. Blueberry 4th. There we go. We are getting the Fruit Kingdom. Yes, Slink is working on the Fruit Kingdom. And as I said, there's another viewer who is working on the Bat family. Okay. So that is one of the keepers who has been renamed. And we'll see who wins the race on renaming things because the Wolverines have also been renamed. But since they keep hiding from me, I'm going to have to show you this way. Over here on the Wolverines, we have Practic Swayze and C. Thomas Howell, who are hungry right now. Interesting. Not good. Interesting. They'll have to be careful around the herbivores. Well, there aren't a lot of nocturnal herbivores, unfortunately. I would really love to have more herbivores in the zoo, but I've mostly got insectivores and carnivores. I mean, there are the porcupines. Oh, hi. Hi, bot. Hi, bot. I thought I'd blocked all y'all. Oh, you're using special characters now. Aren't you glorious? Okay, well, let me just take care of that. Yeah, I got them funky letters. Okay, I will do stuff about that after my stream. The lovely thing about copy paste. There we go. Okay. Got that saved for later. Them funky letters are going bye-bye. But the thing is, like, one of my bots is supposed to have the funky letters, so to speak, blocked, which means that those ones are not in its filter, so I'm gonna have to do things. But yeah, the porcupines are, well, these ones mostly eat fruit, so I've got them, and the tapirs, of course, are herbivores. But I think those are the only true herbivores that I have in the zoo. Like the kiwi do eat plants, but they mostly eat insects, as I understand. But there are very few nocturnal herbivores. The ones that I do have, I'm really having to. There's a few. Like, I will have some deer in the zoo at some point, because deer are. They're both. I forget the official word for it, but they are both diurnal and nocturnal depending on situation. So I'm allowing deer in the zoo, and a lot of the carnivores are like that as well, because they can be both nocturnal or diurnal depending on situation. I'm allowing a bunch of them in the zoo, so that I have that. There are very few purely 100% nocturnal animals for me to choose from out of the Planet Zoo roster list, alas. But I'm doing my best to put in as much of a mix as I can. So at least there's that. Oh, I hear a tour. Where are you? I can hear you. Nope. No, they stopped talking and now I can't find them. You can really tell the tours because they have the echoing kind of electronic voice. But yeah, so progress is definitely being made on my glorious nocturnal zoo. I am very proud of this train station, though. The roof in particular was quite the project. I'm quite proud of it. I did base this on a real train station. When I started this project, my father was kind enough to loan me a book of his that is all train stations of the USA. Most of them are from the 1800s and the very early 1900s. So very old train stations that pictures were taken of. And both main station and this station, which is the East Station, were based on photos from that book. I went through the book and I found some stations that I both liked and that I thought I could build. And so the problem is that I have 4 train stations planned for this zoo, but yet I picked out 8 from the book. So I end up rolling a die whenever it's time to build a train station to figure out which one I'm going to build. So this one was number 5. And you can see that I just put up here on the screen this lovely picture that is I took a picture of the picture with my cell phone in order to be able to share this on stream. So this is the little picture that was in my father's book that he loaned to me, and based on this picture I built this train station. So I think I did pretty well recreating it, while also kind of putting my own spin on it as far as Planet Zoo lets me build things. Oh yeah, yeah. So I was following a design. Alas, this is not straight out of my own head, but yeah, this is that's how I did it. And I still had the picture because I hadn't bothered to take it away, yeah, even though I'd finished the main construction. So I will put that away again because it's really blocking the mountain. Oh, there goes the train. Are there actually people on it? Oh no, it's completely empty. Another train must be arriving. No? Oh dear. My train has suddenly become unpopular. What the heck's going on? Oh well. I'm going to be putting in more animals along the train tracks, so it will become more popular again. It was extremely popular when it only had one station, but it went by like several animal enclosures. It goes by the badgers, it goes by the bears and the bats, it goes by the red pandas. Just one more? Just one more name, Slink? Okay, I'm going to guess that that is a femme name, although that can go with either gender. Another keeper, Slink, or would you like a mechanic this time? Or an educator? A mechanic, alright. Scroll, 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 scroll. Okay, let's see here. We have fewer mechanics. Let's see. I think this seems very femme here. Hey, Latoya. Oh, yeah, there she is. Oh, I hadn't changed the colors on the mechanics. Alright, Sweetheart. There we go. A mechanic has been renamed. And yes, that's an Amori reference. Bringing a different game into my game. How could you? I'm surprised at how popular the Wolverines are, given how far away they tend to stay from the windows. Oh, hey, I got that reference. Why doesn't anybody go to see my porcupines? They just use the building as a shortcut. I spent so long building this building. And yet they don't stop to look at the porcupines. They get educated from the education board, and then they just keep going. Nobody ever stops to look at the porcupines. It's so sad. Look, these people are even running to get away. I spent a really long time building this building. I am never connecting a building by a through path again. I'm very tempted to just turn this, invisibly turn this into a dead end, just so that people will stop shortcutting through here, because it's really... it makes me unhappy. They're coming through here because it's slightly shorter and it's warmer in here because I made it desert temperature. But it's just there's a path right here. And look, people are using it. I want people to be going into the into the building because they want to look at the porcupines, not because they're taking a shortcut to go across. You know? They get educated about the porcupines, but they just don't look at them. We've got 2 whole notices on here. I wish I could have stayed longer. Now, where is the African crested porcupine? Behold the power of a systems engineer. Proceeds to burn the house. Oh, yeah, and it's just the African crested porcupines, especially the model for them in this game, is beautiful. Look at this. How could you run through this building without looking at this glory? Truly. They do. They look so real, and I don't even have the graphics turned all the way up. I actually have them turned down a bit for performance issues. And yet they look almost real. Look at them. It's amazing. I wish more people would actually stop and look at the porcupines. In my opinion, they're some of the best looking animals in the zoo. Like, the grizzly bears are also great as far as their model goes. And I really love the kiwi. But of the animals that are in the zoo already, I would have to say that the crested porcupines are one of my favorite models. Like, they're not one of my favorite animals in real life. I love foxes. You can probably tell that from my name. All of the foxes currently available in the game will eventually end up in this zoo, just because I love foxes. It's happening, people. But as far as the models go, these guys are amazing. They're so good looking. I'm not so sure about the animations. Alas, I have never actually seen an African crested porcupine in real life. But I love looking at these girls. They're all females in here. That's how I have so many. But yeah, I'm sad that so few people seem to stop and look at the porcupines. The thing is, like, the porcupines and the wolverines went into the zoo really close together chronologically, and people just keep going through the porcupine building to go and see the wolverines, and it's just like, the pain. But yeah. So, future Foxwine still has a whole lot of work ahead of her. The list of animals to go into this zoo takes up an entire notebook page, every line. And that's a full size. That is a ring binder notebook page. That is not a that's not a Leuchtturm or something like that. Oh yeah, foxes are spectacular. And the Arctic foxes, once I get them in, oh, it's going to be great, because one of the animations that the Arctic foxes have in this game, you may notice in my subscriber emotes that I have a couple that are paired of a leaping fox that then ends up with its butt and tail in the air. And if you give them snow, the Arctic foxes in Planet Zoo perform that action. The one that the emote pair is based on. Remind me to rename a fox after you and put some fruit at the end. Well, if it helps, Slink, the wine that is in my name is referring to plum wine. My name actually has a story behind it that does in fact involve me getting quite drunk on the internet on plum wine. So the wine in Foxwine is in fact plum wine, which is very much a fruit, and one that I like a bit better than grapes. I don't actually like grape juice at all. Unless it is contained in the grape, I'm not interested. I can eat grapes by the handful, but I cannot drink grape juice. It is very much not to my taste. And that goes the same for fermented grape juice. I prefer other fermented juices. But yeah, so as I was saying, next Monday we'll be installing the African wild dogs in this particular enclosure right here. Thanks for making it easier to choose the fruit. Well, Slink, I didn't want you to try and name for a grape wine. That would be wrong. That would be so terribly wrong. So, As I said, next week on Monday, banana wine it is. You know, I've never actually had banana wine. I've had banana liqueur, but it was fake banana, not real banana. It was banana flavoring. It was a bit strong, to be honest. It was a bit much. I don't think there is banana wine. It would be very difficult to make banana wine because bananas don't really have juice. You can pulp a banana, but you can't really juice a banana. But yes, so next week African dogs go in here, and then we start working on the monster of a project that is going to be this habitat right over here. They just add water. They do make banana. Okay. I have never actually had banana wine, nor have I seen it at the store. It's nice to know that it exists, though. I feel like anything that has a juice that has a natural sugar in it, you should be able to make wine from. Like, there's nothing stopping you as long as you can juice it and it has a natural sugar in that juice. If you have to add a sugar, then it doesn't count. Tomato wine. Well, I do wonder, like, do tomatoes have enough natural sugar to ferment? I know they have a little, but most of what I taste on with the tomato is acidy. Which is interesting because if I have lemon or lime juice, I can taste the sweetness as well as the acid, but with the tomatoes, mostly what I taste is the acid. It ought to be sweet enough to ferment, probably. This is the Twilight Experience expansion pack. Well, it includes the Twilight expansion pack. I own all of the DLC for Planet Zoo. I don't have self-control when it comes to this game. This zoo was started in October as a quote-unquote spooky zoo, but I'd only had like one animal installed by the end of October, so I was like, okay, it's not just a spooky zoo anymore. And I mean, the spooky zoo was supposed to be a nocturnal zoo, so this is Nocturne, my glorious nocturnal zoo that is only open at night and only has nocturnal animals in it. So that is what I've been working on. So we do include the Twilight expansion pack, as well as all of the other ones. If I remember correctly, I think... No, the castle was built out of rustic, not out of Twilight. The Twilight stone's around here somewhere, but I don't remember where I used it. Do I have raccoons? I will have raccoons. They are on the list. Unfortunately, the area where the raccoons are supposed to live has not been built yet. You see, I have this lovely river going through my zoo. However, we have a little issue with the... it hasn't been finished yet! So basically the raccoons are going in down here somewhere, near the river, once the river actually goes somewhere. But I have to build a bunch more enclosures before I can actually do that. I do have a plan. There are some animals that I don't know where they go yet. But I do kind of have a plan, and basically once I get a few more things installed here and know where it goes, there is going to be a lake. This river will end in a large lake, and there's going to be a bunch of other animals that require water that will be near or on that lake. Make one raccoon Stella and Kalis. Well, if once the raccoons go in, you do that, that will be done. I only let myself rename one thing, and it was a personal and private joke. But yes, this river is supposed to end in another lake, and then the lake is going to be attached to a swamp where various other things are going to be going, and the raccoons are going to be going on the edge of the swamp with the raccoons and the skunks are going to be sharing an enclosure, because that's how I like to do for them. but I haven't got things, like I don't know how much space I need yet. I have to build out towards it. This enclosure in particular, that's across from the crocodiles here, really needs to go in before I know where the raccoons are. But yes, I've got several animals. I've got bats, and I've got grizzly bears, and kiwis, and badgers, wolverines, red pandas, porcupines. But the raccoons have not joined us yet. Neither have any foxes, which makes me very sad. I really want to add the foxes. The one who got the reference got it. Alright, that is not a reference that was found in my memory banks, so if I knew the reference, I knew it a long time ago. But yeah, the next animals to go in, as I said, are going to be the African wild dogs, who are going to be living in this enclosure here. And then we're going to move on to this gigantic project over here, which is hopefully going to be extremely fancy. And maybe even shaped like a hashtag, if I can manage to pull it off. And then I will know where the train track goes, and I will be able to put the last of... right now the snake garden is a little unfinished. As you can see, the fence kind of ends without closing, because I don't actually know that this is where the train track is going to be. In fact, it can't be here because the foxes need more room. So there's a lot of this, then that, then the other things, so that I can space things properly. But anyway, I have been trying to call it a night for some time now, so I choose this view, looking across my brand new enclosure here, with a little corner of my snake garden, my glorious castle, the weirdly popular wolverines. I don't understand why the wolverines are more popular than the porcupines. I do understand why the red pandas are more popular than anything else. And of course the bats are very popular because, dang, who doesn't want to visit the bat family? Must be Michigan fans. You know, that might be it. That might be it. It's also possible that I don't have the prettiest porcupines. Like 3,000, 3,000, 3,000, 3,000. Like they're all 3,000. Okay, so the porcupines are 3,000, and if I scroll past all of the other creatures to the very bottom, I believe. Our wolverines are 4,000. Oh, they're a whole 1,000 above. So that may answer that question, because the wolverines are slightly more attractive than the porcupines. That is too bad. And of course the red pandas, 5,000. I don't think I could have gotten prettier porcupines though. Like look, the badgers are also 3,000 even. A lot of the critters are capping at 3,000 or close to it. And of course the tapirs, well, even though they're both silvers, they're still only 1,500 as far as attractiveness goes. Very strange. Very strange indeed. So yes, we're going to put the African wild dogs in here, and this corner of the zoo is going to become very loud, and it's going to be glorious. And then I will put in some planters in the train station, and then we'll go and work on the giant project of what is hopefully going to be awesomeness. The enclosure is going to have to be very large, so in order for people to see the whole enclosure, I'm going to be setting up some paths, and I have plans. Oh my, do I have plans. Hopefully they work. But in the meantime, I'm going to save everything that I've done tonight because I did get quite a lot of work done. Save that. And this is, can a raccoon have a gun? In this game, no. In other games, sure. They have enough fingers and thumbs. I wouldn't trust a raccoon with a gun, but they can have one in other games. But in this game, they don't get that toy. But in any case, if y'all want to see the progress and how I've been building the zoo and what all I've been doing in what order, well, good news, that's available on my YouTube channel where I archive all of my streams. There is a playlist there specifically for Planet Zoo, and so you can watch my progress through Nocturne and deciding its name even, and all of the various wonderful things that have been going on here and all the stuff that I've been building. All of the stuff. And come to think of it, I need to put in more light posts too here now that I'm looking at it. I'm still looking at the game even though I'm talking to y'all well on my ending soon screen. But that's many hours upon hours of Planet Zoo content to keep you all busy. But if you prefer to see me live, well, good news. I will be back streaming again on Wednesday night, starting at as close to 7 p.m. as we get enough people together to form a game. I'll be playing either Among Us or Scribble It or 100% Orange Juice with my friends, depending on how many people show up. Among Us is the game we play when we have the largest possible number of people. I don't believe it needs any explanation or description beyond that point. 100% Orange Juice is the game we play when we have the smallest number of people because it is for 4 players or less. It is a board game that is basically Anime Mario Party where each of the, I think it's 100 characters now, has their own special power. The cards change the rules and the dice hate absolutely everybody and everything on the board, without question. So at least they're fair in that sense. We have a lot of chaotic fun with it. But, you know, if we have too many people for 100% Orange Juice, but not quite enough for Among Us, that's when we play Scribble It, which is a Pictionary game where one person draws, everyone else guesses what that person is drawing, and whoever has the largest number of points at the end of 3 rounds wins the game. Chess? No, we do not play chess, sorry. It is not in the roster. We don't have enough people who know how to play chess. But also on Wednesday, around 10:15 or 10:20 or so, when my friends abandon me because they claim they have to sleep in order to be awake for their day jobs in the morning, weird, I switch over to my solo Valheim server where I crash around and do my best. Coming up in Valheim, it's going to be more prep for going to the plains. I still have more stuff that I need to build and get together before I start going to the plains and trying to survive them in the best or worst way possible. Oh boy. So it's going to be more building of things, more talking to myself about placement, and a whole bunch of processing the iron that I picked up last week in Valheim because I turned out to not have enough iron to build the things that I needed to build or wanted to build. That's how it goes sometimes. So that's the plan for Valheim. Then on Thursday night, starting at 8 p.m. Eastern Time, I will be playing Dungeon Crawler for Try Not to Die Thursday. I will be continuing the dungeon run that I had to unfortunately cut very short last week because of circumstances that I'm not going to go into the details of. But I did have to stop in the middle of a dungeon run, so I will be attempting to finish the dungeon on Squiddy, the character that I had to stop in the middle of, and we'll see what else happens beyond that. Possibly I will finish the dungeon with Squiddy and then pick up another one of the characters I haven't finished with yet. We'll see. We'll all see together. And then on Sunday night, starting at 9 p.m. Eastern Time, I will be playing Baldur's Gate 3. I will be continuing to not address the plot in Baldur's Gate 3. I have found a new place to explore, and I'm going to explore it, and plot be damned. So that's the plan. And then, next Monday night, starting at 7 p.m. Eastern Time, I shall return to Planet Zoo and my beautiful nocturnal zoo. best way to play. Yes, absolutely the best way to play, Patty. But yes, next Monday I will return to my nocturnal zoo and get these African wild dogs installed and build a whole bunch more things and hopefully put in some more plants. The current plan is to gradually add plants to the snake garden because if I try to do it all at once, I am going to crack up and nobody wants to see that. So it's too big. It's just too much to fill. It's too much to fill in at once. I have to do it a little piece at a time. So that is the plan, and that is the upcoming schedule for my week. All of the games that I'm planning on playing, and everything that I plan to do in those games, as nebulous as those plans may be, or as spoiler-free as I'm phrasing them in a couple of cases. So, whether or not I follow my plan, whether or not I have a plan, I still have a lot of fun. And I have had so much fun tonight. And I hope that all of you have had at least as much fun as I have. And I hope that you all have a great night. Good night!